Hey, everybody, and welcome to Manyface Plays and Queers and Spears. Thank you for watching us on Twitch on Manyface Plays and on YouTube Live on Queers and Spears. If you have not liked and subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? You should definitely do that. Here at Manyface Plays, we're a bunch of immersive roleplay enthusiasts who've come together to play and tell a story together. At Queers and Spears, this is an all LGBTQIA plus led and casted collaborative storytelling group that uses TTRPGs to tell stories centered around acceptance, queer love, and strength in community, prioritizing stories that may not be heard anywhere else. We're really, really excited to be able to play Misspent Youth again tonight, folks. For those of you who joined us for the first Misspent Youth table, you see a couple of familiar faces there. For those who have seen some of the other stuff that we've done with Just the Human and Cherry TTRPGs, you see a lot of familiar faces here. I think pretty much everybody here has been doing stuff already and doing stuff behind the scenes on a lot of those projects as well. So thank you for coming in here. We are raising money for Doctors Without Borders with a focus on Palestinian aid. We've raised $115 with these Misspent Youth games so far here in May, and we're looking to get up to $200 today. So we're just $85 away. You can see the QR code up on the screen. You can see the donation link in the chat for our Tiltify. You get in there, there is a poll that you can vote on with your donations to influence future gameplay for these sorts of games, these charity games that we're running. You can also buy donation tiers in here. So you're able to get in there and pick a variety of donation tiers from $5 to $50 that directly impact gameplay. So feel free to get in and do that if you'd like, if you can afford it. If you can't, or you're just at your limit for whatever reason, donating is not happening tonight, we love you. We're still glad you're here. What we ask is please amplify, right? We'd love for people to tune in and watch us play. So if you can share that we're playing, that's really helpful. But on top of that, and more importantly, sharing the Tiltify link is the thing that really matters, right? So if you can only do one thing other than like hang out with us here, it's please share the Tiltify link anywhere you feel comfortable doing that, so that anybody who can afford to and is interested in doing it can give money to this incredibly important cause. I'm the person who's been speaking to you, by the way, and I'm Danny, he, him. I am the authority today who will be facilitating all of this. And today we're playing a game where heroic teenagers, all characters who are between 12 and 17 years old, are fighting back against a terrifying oppressor. Today, that oppressor is Truth TV, subsidiary of Consolidated Broadcasting, or Concast, which is the propaganda arm of the Heritage Mandate, a monopolistic media conglomerate that rules this place. They use deep fakes, forced consumption of broadcasts, and aggressive gaslighting to literally shape the public's reality. Their need in their dystopia sheet, which we'll get into in a little bit, is to completely erase all pre-mandate history and dissenting thought by controlling every broadcast and memory. So that's fun. We're going to start by digging a little bit more into our youthful offenders, or YOs, though. That's what we call player characters in this game. They each have a permanent record which conceptually represents the authority's dossier on them. It isn't just reflecting who these characters are, it's reflecting how the authority views these characters. Now, we have two returning players, one of whom is playing a returning character. Austin is going to play Chip Jr., who's been under the yoke of this for a long time and has been pushing back against it. The one thing that's a little bit different than rules is written for this, I mean, we're doing a couple things that are slightly different for time and whatnot, is we're starting with a feel of a session that would be a little ways into a full campaign. So to reflect that, each character has 5 convictions. Each of these characters has already sold out at least one of those convictions. I say at least because Chip, again, is carrying over from our prior game, and their state there is the same. That's a mechanical thing that happens during a struggle, which we'll explain what that is in a moment, where you compromise a piece of your youth to survive. So we're new to this game, right? Some of us who played at this table last time that we did this have played it once. Some other people have played it no times before. And we're doing that here on camera for this charitable drive because we really want to help model playing more games. We think this is an awesome game and that you should pick it up and try it out. And we hope that all of you watching us play it for a good cause for the first time or second time in some cases on camera will, I don't know, help encourage more people to pick it up and play it on your side as well. So, with all of that having been said, welcome to Misspent Youth. Let's meet our cast and our players. I would love for us to start with M.
Hey everyone, I'm M Hubbard. I use they them pronouns, and tonight I am playing Guppy, who is a 16-year-old who works for one of Truth TV's wings of their media companies, and sneaks out information to disseminate to the real information to disseminate to people.
I love that. That is fantastic. Could you also get into just pulling up your sheet?
Yeah.
Character name, age. You went over name, age, looks, the convictions, and identify which is the sold out conviction.
Yeah. So Guppy's looks are a disarming smile, a corporate haircut, and ink-stained jumpsuit. His means are, or his convictions are, his means is fast. Mm-hmm. His motive is thrills, which has been sold out and is now nihilistic. Opportunity, trusted. MO, he is an information liberator, and his disorder, his heroic flaw, is overconfident.
Okay. I love that. That's super cool. All right, and you can popcorn it to the next person.
Let's go Derek.
Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Derek. I use they, ze, and he pronouns. And tonight I will be playing Minnie, who uses they and he pronouns. Minnie is a 16-year-old dude who has a pierced body and choppy haircut, a sideways smirk that turns into a Cheshire grin, and wears like ripped jeans and a leather biker vest. His means is bad. His motive is outrage, which has been sold out to wrathful. His opportunity is pretty. He's pretty. His MO is he's a known fighter. And his disorder is he's a hopeless romantic.
Love it.
Copy. I love that. That's awesome. Go ahead and popcorn it to the next person.
Yeah, I'll pop it over to Adi.
Hello. People of the internet, I am Adi MK. I go by Fab, he, him pronouns, and I am playing Tariq Kamlani, who goes by he, him pronouns as well. His means, he's a 16-year-old boy with ragged black dreadlocks that are kind of matty and dusty. He wears a big brown leather duster that is a few sizes too large for his kind of sallow, malnourished frame. And he always has his modded riot shield on him. It doesn't matter where he is. He always has that because, and he's not a smart guy. He lets the other people do the smart things, and he keeps them safe while that is happening. That is his thing. His means is he's fast. His motive is outrage, but that was changed when things happened in the game in earlier, when truth was told and has now been hidden again, which is only further ensured that his outrage has turned into certainty, and it has become a colder anger. His opportunity is that he's sneaky, and that was actually what was sold out in the first one, because he he bargained for water and food during a hunger protest when he did not see that things were going to go well. So that makes him duplicitous. His MO is that he is a frontline holder. He holds the line and keeps people safe behind a shield and with his little baton, extendable baton that he goes and directs attention away from others. His disorder is that he is busy. He has comes from a very low income house, so he has terrible hygiene. Yeah, that is Tariq.
Copy that. And please go ahead and popcorn it to the next person.
I'm gonna pop it over to my buddy Austin.
Hi, everybody. My name's Austin. I use he, they pronouns. And Danny, you used Chip Jr. for a little while. I just got to tell you, for the sake of his sanity and your teeth, please just call him Chris.
Yeah.
Chris is a 17-year-old teenager who you just look at him and you know that he got a new car for his birthday. The only thing is that like the people who actually really know him are the people who know how many bodies he's willing to like stuff in the trunk. Perfectly coiffed, like blonde-haired, blue-eyed, like basically like a baby version of a Fox News anchor, with like a pretty constant scowl. Especially like when he's on air, his face does soften when he's around people that he actually feels like he can be normal with. He also has colored laces on a very expensive pair of Oxfords. If you know, you know. Now, Chris did previously go on a couple of adventures trying to fight for what's right against his own father, I will mention, who is Chip Sr., Chip Ripley, in political news pundit for Truth TV, for his political show called What's the Dip with Chip, that he eventually brought his own son on to create What's the Chip with Dip, family size. And in doing so, through his adventures as he was trying to like fight back, he ended up giving a couple things away. One, he used to be the most cool kid in school. That's kind of just what happens when you are relatively good looking and rich. However, he's become incredibly embarrassing. Partially just because he's sort of doing whatever his father wants him to do when he's on TV, but also just because I think that he's trying to set himself up to look as ridiculous as possible, to almost in a satirical manner, to point out the ridiculousness of everything else. It's kind of like if you are in on the joke, you're aware that it's a joke. To everyone else, it's like, oh yeah, I can get behind this. He also is very arrogant when it comes to the other side. All of his relationships when it comes to like his father and the people at the at like what's the dip with Chip has led to him thinking that these people are just kind of idiots. He thinks that he's smarter than everyone, and that has led to pretty significant arrogance. His opportunity is just that he's rich. He uses his father's money to funnel it to more appropriate or more worthy causes than are actually than the money's actually supposed to be going to. His MO is Spotlight. He's very good at sort of shining a light on things that need to be shown. And his disorder is that he's suspicious. He masks astonishingly well to the point where people outside of like his very close group of friends thinks that it isn't a mask at all. And yeah, that's Chip.
Copy that.
Or that's Chris. Sorry. And
It's hard not to slip into Chip, right?
It's really rough, man. It's real rough. And I am going to popcorn it over to Halfling.
I'm Steve, Tall Halfling on the socials, Tall Halfling RPG on some. This evening I'm playing Cal Waters. He's I swear we did not plan this, but he is also 16 years old. Looking at him, your first instinct would be academic. Always has his books with him. Always has his book bag over one shoulder. Always has a sketchbook. He's book smart, I guess is the term. Kind of soft spoken, a little bit sullen. His means are smart. He uses his intelligence. His motive is pride, particularly in his artistic work. More about that in a minute. His opportunity, like Guppy, is trusted. His MO is artistic, which he used to think of as being creative. Whimsical illustrations, that kind of stuff. He has sold that out to destructive. It's about making a point. It's about tearing things down. It's about burning it all to the ground. And it is entirely possible that there might be a couple of cans of spray paint in that backpack of his. And his disorder is he's anxious. Wouldn't you be?
All right. Yeah. What is there about living under an authoritarian, nightmare state that could cause any anxiety? I mean, that seems fantastical, not relatable in any way, right? Yeah, right. It's fine. Everybody's healthy and fine. The last introduction I'd like to do before we get into what are referred to as friendship questions is the dystopia sheet. Yes, you get to meet the authority. Because in the traditional way of playing this game, not the sort of sped up way that we're doing for the sake of a one shot for charity, we would all sit here and make this sheet together. There's parts of it I would make, there's parts of it you all would make, but I want to reflect that as best we can, even in the sped up version of the game. So I'm going to share the totality of what is on this dystopia sheet. The case file form, you get to find out stuff about as we go. But the dystopia sheet, you get now. So name is Truth TV, the Heritage Mandate, a monopolistic media conglomerate and propaganda engine that uses deepfakes and aggressive gaslighting to literally shape the public's reality. Now, on this sheet, I have Vice, a victim, a visage, and a need. There are systems of control, and there are exploits. The exploits help you. The systems of control are my tools. The others are my sort of components, right, to the nature of the authority. So Vice, the authority's Vice is its underlying motivation. What is at the root of all the fucked up shit it does? And by the way, that is me specifically quoting from the text. That is how it reads. The Vice options are fear, greed, sadism, utopianism, which is what we faced in the first session, and what we face in this session, which is absolutism. The authority knows the way things ought to be done, and it can't fucking stand for anything to be even the slightest bit out of place. It's driven by an obsessive need for its rules to be followed exactly. So operating on an unquestioned received wisdom, seeing any disagreement with their broadcasted truth as a moral failing. Victim. The victim is whatever the authority is killing, consuming, ruining, perverting, or feeding on. So the options are freedom, humanity, nature, which was our choice in the first session, progress, or our choice for this session, history. This is the kind of authority who publishes history books that say America was the big empty wasteland waiting for white people to come and build strip malls. So they're actively altering the past to suit the present, destroying physical books and editing digital records, so their narrative is the only one that exists. Again, super far-fetched, right? Could never happen here. Visage. The visage is the form the authority takes, the face it wears to tell you what you need to do to attack it directly. Personal, religious, state, our choice for the last one, systemic, and our choice for this one, corporate. The authority is a business, big or small, in our case, big. Could be anything from a street gang to an interdimensional megacorp. Whatever the scale, it's got one reason for being: make it for $1 and sell it for $2. Truth TV, a subsidiary of Consolidated Broadcasting, or Comcast, is a business driven by ratings and control. The need is written in, and as mentioned before, is to completely erase all pre-mandate history and dissenting thought by controlling every broadcast in memory, turning citizens into blindly compliant consumers. Again, super unbelievable, not even slightly relatable. Systems of control. There are 5 of them. The synthetic reality feed, real-time deepfake algorithms that actively alter live video feeds to change the truth of what is happening. Sort of like if you had an algorithm that was utilizing AI and a bunch of data they've scraped about each person in order to hyper customize in real time what they're seeing while pushing the agenda of the people who are paying for that, right? Mandatory viewing hours. Citizens are legally required to watch and react positively to daily propaganda broadcasts. The Junior Correspondent Program, a brainwashed youth informant network incentivized to snitch on tape for good television. Pre-mandate media ban. So physical history books and unapproved art are illegal and actively destroyed. And Comcast signal jammers. So massive towers that block out all unauthorized analog or digital signals. Those are the systems of control. Finally, we get to exploits. I've got one that I'm going to tell you all, and then I got a surprise that, Austin, I'm going to toss to you to think about. You don't have to give an answer right away. I'm not putting you on the spot here. The exploit that you have to begin with is the Breacher Collective. The Breacher Collective is an underground network of hackers using obsolete physical analog technology and pirate radio signals that Truth TV's digital sensors cannot detect, alter, or override. So you each, as youthful offenders in your clique, have access to the Breacher Collective if you want to make use of them in any way, shape, or form. And I will send this to you in writing so that it's easy for you to remember all the things I just said. Austin, Chip Jr. gets to bring a dish to the party because Chris survived the first session, where Chris's friends were all harmed, unfortunately, by their act of valor in the face of the state. Because Chip Jr. is Chip Jr., and, you know, what's the dip with Chip? Family Edition does gangbusters numbers for Truth TV. Couldn't let Chip Jr. be hung out to dry, right? What would it look like? What would it look like if What's the Dip with Chip's son really did what you did? So that's obviously not what happened, right? Because of that, because you're the only one walking free, you claim a victory. So you get to write down a legacy exploit. Whatever victory reward you want to bring over from that, it's up to you. You can surprise me with it if you want. Think about it. You got some time.
Okay.
As we, unless you have something now and you want to share it.
I think I'm good right now.
Okay. Do you want to share it now or do you want to hold it?
I'm gonna hold it.
Okay. Cool. Cool
Yeah.
beans. I love that. That is the dystopia that rules your characters' lives. So light and breezy, nothing too heavy, right? And we keep it light here. We're going to move into friendship questions. For those people watching at home who may not be familiar with this game, for those of you here at the table who are playing for the first time, and as a reminder to everybody else, friendship questions typically are only used once at the start of a scene. But because of how we're doing this, I'm using friendship questions, or we are using friendship questions, as a way to do spotlight introductions for your characters. Before we get into scene one, What's Up, where you're all going to be in your hideaway together, essentially, I want to know more about how your characters know each other. So each of you is going to ask one other player a question. I want everybody to be asked a question, so let's track it together. And anybody who's already been asked a question will not be asked a second one, right? Until everybody's been asked one. Would I, for everybody to know, playing it, like watching at home, we put together some bespoke options for this, but the players may come up with their own. There's also some guidance in the book that you can pull from if you're playing this and want to use that. So anything that you all want to ask now is on the table. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Go for it.
All right. I'm looking at the list of questions. I think I've got one there that would work for Chris.
Thank you.
How did you cover for me when Comcast security almost caught me? And I'm going to change this a little bit. Instead of tampering with broadcast antenna, almost caught me like sneaking out a box of older print material.
I think it was like the guards spotted you at one point. You were able to turn a corner, and I just saw the fear in your eyes, and I handed you a bowl of chips. And in the middle of like just as they were about to come as they were like just about to catch up to you, I was like, no, these ones don't work. These ones don't have my face on them. They only have my father's. These chips need to have both of our faces on it. What do you think is happening here? What's going on? It's family sized. It needs to have the entire family. And like literally just was able to sort of make it seem like I was yelling at you for like a good like 45 minutes to dissuade them from thinking that you did anything wrong. Like they were like, oh, well, this clearly can't be this person because they're so preoccupied with Chip. So
And chips. Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Cool.
All right.
I think we can go in the order of who's asked. So, Austin, if you're ready, you can ask the next person.
Yeah, I would like to ask Adi.
Mhm.
When the trauma of my past fights caught up with me, how did you help ground me in reality? Which I think is very funny because you were there last time.
I think um, I think when we heard that all of our work had been erased and everything that we'd kind of fought for, then, like, despite everything that you kind of put, I think you would have been like, in a kind of a ruined room somewhere, I think, by yourself, like maybe just thinking about fuck. And I think you'd have just heard a distant kind of song of flute song coming down towards you. And then, I mean, I think Tariq would have kind of just wandered in, kind of playing his long flute. It's a little broken kind of thing that he's kind of mismatched and repaired, and it's held together with some twine. But he plays some beautiful tunes, and he doesn't say anything. He just sits with you, and sit somewhere close by, and he'll kind of look at you, catch your eyes for a bit, and then just kind of give you a nod, and then go back to playing music.
That's
It's really
beautiful.
sweet.
Yeah, I love that. Go ahead and ask the next person a question, Adi.
Wait, before you do,
Oh.
chip tunes. Sorry, that's it.
Chip tunes. Go ahead, Adi.
Where do I find these questions? Sorry, or are we just
So
thinking?
yeah, so similar to last time. In the game, like the game's actual text, there are sample friendship questions on pages 20 on page 28. You could look at page 29 also. But aside from that, there are specific ones that were worked up as possibilities, but not that you have to use, that are in our Discord chat. So you go to the Discord channel for this show, and there's the most recent post is one that starts with friendship questions. And so there's some that could be asked to Chip Jr., some could be asked by Chip Jr., some about Truth TV and the Heritage Mandate, some about interpersonal stuff and sold out convictions. You can adjust any of them as you'd like, or you could make up a new one.
Okay. I think I would like to ask perhaps Cal. What reckless, naive thing did you do that reminded me of my old friends and made me want to protect you?
Okay, what did I do? I think one of my first very pointed basically political cartoons that really should not have been out and about and shared with people. I hadn't done this kind of thing before, so I did not realize how close to the vest I needed to keep that kind of stuff. And I think between the two of us, we managed to hide the evidence, but yeah, you're good at protecting us, because sometimes we're really bad at protecting ourselves.
And as I will ever remind you.
Love that. Steve, go ahead and ask the next person.
Okay, so that's obviously Derek. Okay. Preface this by saying one of my convictions is trusted, which potentially sells out to believer. So I think this really works. When Truth TV's aggressive gaslighting almost made me doubt my own memories, how did you prove to me what was real?
I proved it to you by showing you the tattoo I have of one of the first political art pieces you did.
Oh,
I love that. I think that's wonderful. And help me track in my head. Has everybody been asked a question?
Em has not been asked.
I didn't think so.
Which is perfect, because that's exactly who I wanted to ask a question to.
Beautiful. Go for it.
My friendship question is, take one from the book. How did I pull you out of it when you got to your lowest point?
Ooh, good question. I think I'll say Guppy's lowest point was probably whatever happened where he sold out his thrills motive to nihilistic. Some big dangerous move that he made and got through it, but it didn't feel good anymore. It wasn't fun. And I imagine Guppy and Minnie just like walking somewhere together. Like maybe Guppy was like urged, like, "Hey, let's go. Let's just like go down the street and then a little bit farther and then around the block and a little bit farther and just like quietly walking and kind of seeing even as bad as the world is, seeing the world still kind of going on, pulled Guppy out of it a little bit."
Mm-hmm. Nice. With that set of introductions, we move into the first scene. Now, as a matter of clarifying this for everybody watching and reiterating it for everybody playing, typically a game of, well, a session, let's call it, even if it takes more than one session to complete, of Misspent Youth is structured formally into 7 scenes. That having been said, during the course of tonight, I don't expect we're going to be able to do 7 scenes from what we found last time. It's much more likely we're going to need to do a truncated version. So what I have set up is a way of doing that. We are going to start with the first scene, and we're going to see how much time we have as we go. But we have contingencies built in for that. Scene 1 is called What's Up, right? The What's Up scene helps us get to know the characters, see their interpersonal reactions, and see them experiencing their everyday lives. So scene 1, we observe the clique, your world, your friendships, what changes in that world, set our story tonight in motion. Something called a kickoff is going to happen whenever I feel like it as the authority, and that is going to move us into our first struggle. Struggle is a formal mechanic framework in this game. We're using Owlbear Rodeo on our end to be able to use what's called a struggle sheet to be able to put tokens on different numerical values. This is a 2d6 system, so the players are going to be rolling 2d6 when we are in a struggle. I never roll anything as the authority because as the authority, what I want to have happen just happens on my turn. Within some boundaries mechanically, but not many, honestly. So with that having been said, using the parlance of the game, we want to get into the first 5 seconds. Just the first 5 seconds, no dialogue yet at first, a bird's eye view of where you are. I would like to find all of you somewhere safe, that you feel safe in this very unsafe world that you live in. I'm going to have you do the first 5 seconds one at a time, and I'm going to pick M first to go. M, what are the first 5 seconds for your character in this safe place?
I think we probably see Guppy typing on a typewriter, typing out just some sheets of paper that are going to be copied and folded and turned into a little zine, just typing some information from some papers and some booklets and stuff that are set to the side.
I love that. Who do you see come in next?
I think I probably catch, I think Cal.
Sure.
It's not what he specializes in, but I think it makes sense in a safe space. Cal is in the middle of drawing an exaggerated caricature of Chip Senior being big and over the top, and giant smile bigger than his head, and that just kind of reeks of there's nothing in the eyes. I'm curious what Tariq is up to when not busy saving the rest of us from ourselves.
I think Tariq's first moment of peace is, I think, like, the closest place where there'd be a small little fire pit, there'd be a small mangled kind of grill thing, and there's a piece of metal, and there's some, he's kind of tipping out some raggedy scraps of some tea from a little jute sack into the water, and he's just uh, like inhaling that. And I think at that point he'd kind of catch the other two coming in and say, right on time, I have some tea that I have prepared. I think it's a good way to begin any day, isn't it? Does the tea smell get to anybody?
Probably to me.
Mm.
Because I don't think Minnie walks in. I think Minnie was already there. Minnie is probably, if there's a couch in the room, laying there and has like a book over their face, with like blacked out like cover to like hide the title and the author, because in times like these, a lot of books that are not what the authority wants you to see them as get blacklisted and destroyed. So in order to keep these books, Minnie has ruined them, and Minnie has fallen asleep listening to the typewriter go, and smells the tea, and then the slight snore stops as the tea starts to hit their nose, and I think that's how Minnie like kind of like sits up and turns and finally sees Chris walking in.
So Chris is typing on two phones at once, one of which is a very expensive Concast phone, also known as the Conway, and that one he's texting with like his dad in a group chat with like a couple of the executives, talking about how they're going to spin a pipeline burst as calling it like Joy Glaze or something like that for the baby penguins. And at the same time, on the other phone, which is like a much worse, like really, really terrible old beat up burner phone, he is texting out exactly what the true information is, so it can be sent out to some sort of like underground news source. And as he walks in, I think he like just takes the tea for half a second, takes a small sip. That's really good. And then looks over at the caricature and is like, you know, you're supposed to exaggerate things, right?
Yeah. I know. He's gonna quickly flip a page. He is proud of his talent, but he's still a teenage artist with all the anxieties that come with that. Gonna quickly turn back a page. We see a brief sketch of Minnie laying on the couch. I'm sure we have not actually in this world seen Titanic, because that's forbidden history. But he was drawing Minnie like one of your French girls.
They have the muscles for it.
Instead of the heart of the sea, it's just the black book right here.
It is. I will say two things. One is, if any of you want to have seen Titanic, You're rebels. You could have done that, but definitely you would get in
I
trouble for
definitely
that.
have.
2 is at this point, you're, just to be clear, like from a mechanics perspective, you all are welcome to go into the scene. You're welcome to talk to each other, do whatever you want to do here. What is going to happen next is you all are going to engage with each other and either get to a point where you initiate a kickoff by initiating a struggle, calling for a struggle and doing something against the authority, or I am going to initiate a kickoff wherein the authority is just going to do something to you. So that's, we'll see how that goes. But right now, y'all are just hanging out in your hideout. You're welcome to keep doing that until one of those 2 things happen.
I think I'll walk over to Cal with a stack of papers, kind of like folded and unfolded, and be like, "Can you maybe get something, a drawing or something for this panel?" Oh, whoa, not that drawing, but something they could fit in here.
What drawing? That sounds like a good one.
That's a pretty good one. I just don't know if it's gonna move the masses the way we want it to.
Cal takes a look at what you've been drawing and ponders for a moment and starts sketching out some ideas. He finally works up the nerve to look back over at Chris. I've been getting faster with those caricatures.
No, you are getting a lot better. I really like the one that you did of me in the diaper with the pacifier. I thought that was great.
Baby Chip, that was a good one.
Bite size.
That's good.
He's getting a faraway look that you probably recognize. He's noticed before the big bare flat wall on the front side of your dad's station. On the front wall. And I mean, would be a lovely place for some spray paint one of these days. But
what's speaking to you now?
That's his idea face.
Mm.
I'm getting quicker. I'd still need a distraction to buy me enough time. But and you're right. It's got to be a little more exaggerated. Get the point across.
Damn, getting me excited just to shut me down.
Chip, on your phone, your Concast phone,
yep.
You see something come up automatically, overriding all of your usual stuff. The synthetic reality feed is in play here, and any other local screens that might be in this space are overridden similarly. Youthful offenders, you watch in horror as hyper-realistic deepfakes of all of you except for Chip Jr. here are shown vandalizing the local community center. The Prime Anchor declares each of you public enemies, and sirens can be heard approaching outside. This is our first struggle, everybody. So please go ahead and open up your Owlbear Rodeos and pull up your struggle sheets. As a reminder for how these struggles go, we go one at a time. We've set the stakes, right? And this is for special rules for scene 1 here. Round robin, no youthful offender can stand up a second time until every youthful offender has stood up at least once, right? So everybody gets to go once before somebody goes again for this first struggle. It doesn't have to always be the case. Second special rule, any youthful offender uses a conviction to inflict violent harm against a person, the authority is going to claim 2 numbers instead of 1 on the next turn. So know that before you decide what you want to do. And kid gloves is going to be in place, which relates to something that we put into our donations, into our donation tiers, if anybody wants to be able to buy this kind of thing up. These are special rules pulled from the game text themselves. Kid gloves, during the very first struggle, the first time the youthful offenders fail by rolling a number claimed by the authority, they don't actually fail. You don't even have to sell out to get out of that. Instead, replace my authority token with your youthful offender token and describe an unexpected lucky chance that saves the day. So you got to get out of jail free card the first time you fail in this struggle, where you don't have to sell out and it goes your way. Just gonna have to tell me what the lucky break was that did that. Now, step by step on how the struggle itself works. The authority objective is declared, and I declare that they want to find and arrest all of you other than Chip. Your hope needs to be declared. So you as a group need to tell me, what as a clique do you want to achieve in this moment?
I think it would either be we're able to get away, or we are able to prove that this isn't true somehow.
Okay. I'll take that as a 2-pronged thing. Does everybody feel good about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So with that having been set up, the first exchange occurs. And it begins with the authority turn. So I have already explained the direct action that they are taking. I will give a little bit more detail right now and note that, hey, you hear sounds in neighboring buildings that you're able to recognize as heavy boots kicking in doors. If you peek outside, any of you, or if you have any kind of security that would allow you to see from inside, you see official Concast security breaching these buildings, followed by hovering camera drones, right? And the prime anchor's voice booms over the drones, narrating the live violent attempts at confiscating any analog technology that is found, any youthful offenders that might get pulled. You're able to see that people are being pulled in from these buildings already, who are not you, right? And you don't know what they've done or not done or what have you. That is what I'm doing in my first turn. I don't ever roll dice in this game because what I do just works as the authority, and I don't claim numbers yet on my first turn because this game is not that cruel. So now I ask what I will always ask when it is your turn, and one of you goes at a time. So whoever goes next, I will go after, and it'll go like that. I ask all of you, who's going to stand up? Chip
I would
or
like to.
Chris? Yeah.
Okay. I would like to use Rich.
Okay.
Which essentially is I have already funneled a lot of money to certain media outlets that are more in line with the truth. And I am sending them messages to disseminate the information that this is completely untrue, and here's how to prove it.
Okay. That
All right.
sounds great to me. You are going to roll 2 6-sided dice, and after this first turn, everybody will roll your 2 6-sided dice before saying what you're going to do, because it's going to be under a little bit more pressure. Go ahead and roll your 2d6 and let me know what number you land on.
Okay. That is a 2 and a 5, so a 7.
Great. Tell me, that's a really lucky break, y'all. Those who haven't likely number to be landed on across this 2d6 spectrum. So it is the absolute best possible number for the youthful offenders to get in the first round. And for those who have not played this before, it is actually mechanically formalized in the game that if you had not gotten a 7 now, I would claim the 7 automatically on top of the other number that I would claim at the top of the second round. So really clutch move here. Go ahead and put your token on 7 to signify that it is under your control. Go ahead and let me know which conviction you're using to achieve what you described. And then set me up with that success, a description of that success, utilizing that conviction, so I can briefly narrate taking the blow. And to be clear here, taking the blow is a mechanical term pulled from the creators of Apocalypse World and mentioned directly in this game. Taking the blow is what I am formally doing when I am accepting your victory in this round. So describe it.
All right. On second thought, instead of Rich, I'd like to use Spotlight. I think that makes more sense. And I'm going to say that the information that I've already been able to give them previously, along with this like already existing information, doesn't even have like a ramp up, like anything that they need to create a response. It literally just activates a contingency that's already been set up. So literally within like maybe like 5 minutes of this, there's already a competing news article talking about this story.
Beautiful. I love that. And you see that there is a flurry of online activity, even on official channels, referring to the confusion that is occurring, with an immediate formal statement from Comcast saying that this confusion is being looked into with the utmost seriousness, and the people who are responsible for disseminating incorrect information and lying to the public will face consequences. Speaking of consequences, we have some donations, everybody, that I want to say thank you for. A mix of anonymous donations and donations from friend Dio. Hi, Dio. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you for donating to this. It is great. I can't wait to play with you again. Dio did do me a real solid here and donate static interference, saying, gonna let Danny decide what to do with it. The anonymous donation.
Stop being Danny's friend, please. In these games, stop being Danny's friend.
The anonymous donations gave 5 more static interferences, and those are up to me too, because they don't say which way to go. Static interference is our $5 reward tier. This is the lowest dollar reward tier that we have. So please, if you're thinking about, hey, I'd like to give something that impacts the game, but doesn't break the bank, go for the $5 tier. For the resistance, a yo who just rolled an authority number can get a sudden flash of insight or a split-second warning. They may re-roll exactly one of their 2 dice and try to save themselves. For the heritage mandate, Comcast deploys signal jammers. If a yo rolls a successful yo number, the authority forces them to re-roll exactly one of their 2 dice, potentially putting them back in danger. So, lucky thing I didn't see that this was here when you rolled that 7, because that would have been a great time for me to use Dio's gift. I'm going to say we all get one because I'm feeling generous. So the 5 anonymous ones, each of you will have 1, where you are able to re-roll one of your dice to get out of jail. I am going to keep Dio's because thank you, Dio. You are a wonderful friend and performer and just human. And I'm really glad that you are supporting us.
Dio, when I get you.
Danny, I had a rough day. If you took that 7 from me, I was legit going to start crying.
Me too. We would have started crying together. It's okay.
The laughs are real. So would the tears. So
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah.
The authority is terrible. So it would have been the only thing I would have been able to do. I'm grateful that I didn't see it until after that. Because now we all get to roll with that wonderful turn of fate and live in a slightly better world. Speaking of slightly better worlds, it is my turn now as the authority, and I am going to just claim another number because it's a second scene, like the second round of this scene. I claim either 3 or 11. I'm going to choose whichever one of those has fewer the two numbers has fewer yo tokens on the side of the board, except when you look at the board, there are no yo tokens on either side because it's a 7. So I'm just going to grab whichever one I want. And I am going to go for 11 because I just think it's fun. So now 11 is under my control. And the way that I bring 11 under my control is that in the middle of all of this confusion, you see a swarm of junior correspondents, brainwashed teenagers with dead eyes and live streaming camera rigs coming out around these folks from Comcast Security and backing up their camera drones. They have been deployed to get at the real truth, ask questions that the people who are trying to mislead you don't want you to hear asked. And by that, I mean the questions that Comcast is paying and or forcing them to ask. The kids shove microphones in the faces of the people being torn out of their homes and their workplaces in various states, clearly agitated, aggressively peppering them with loaded, treasonous questions that are trying to, they're being presented with them to try to goad them into saying something punishable, maybe even by death, for the sake of good television. So that's my turn. Who's going to stand up?
I'll stand up.
Go for it.
Right.
Go ahead and roll your 2d6 first. Then tell me the conviction you're going to use and what you want to do.
Okay. I got a 6.
Okay. That's unclaimed, so you can put your token on 6.
Okay. 6. I think I'm going to use... my opportunity of trusted, and being an employee of Truth TV's subsidiary, Truth Press. I know the lingo. I know some inside information. So I'm going to I'll say to the group, looks like we maybe need that distraction even a little earlier. So I'm going to head out the door of the whatever room we're in and go confront the teen reporters, responding to their questions in ways that insinuate that they are actually, like, kind of turning them around on them. Suggesting that they are the ones who are suspect here.
I love that. And being much more well-trained and truthfully also not sedated by the controlling mechanics that are causing them to behave the way that they are, you run circles around them. You are fully able to get them tongue-tied. And in that, a couple of them do misspeak and accidentally admit to the truth of what you're saying, that it doesn't really make sense what they're trying to claim. And you see immediately when that happens, Comcast Security comes over and picks them up and black bags them and shoves them into the back of a car. So those junior correspondents who were under the coercive control of these folks are now being taken to most likely a burnout camp that is just for their well-being, right? A part of Apex Wellness's program to ensure that they are rehabilitated properly. Usually through manual labor, long days out in the sweltering heat, working in the farmland for the sake of our community. Apex Wellness, we make you better. That is your successful turn. That goes to me now.
I'll say
And
there's
I,
probably part
yeah,
of
go ahead.
Guppy deep down under the nihilism that cares about that, but overall, it's fine. That's what they get.
Honestly, fair. It's a rough world, right? I get to just do what I want to do now, and in doing that, I'm going to claim a number, and I'm going to claim 2 or 12 because those are the least likely to get hit here. And I am going to claim a 2. Actually, no. I'm going to claim a 12 because I kind of like that I'm taking over this side of the board. So 12 is now mine. If you land on 12, you lose unless you use the kid gloves, which you can the first time you do that, or you have to sell out. With those disappearances now happening, new deepfakes hit the synthetic reality feed, and you see that these people being pulled out of their buildings, the ones who try to help each other, they're not resisting in any fashion. They're just trying to go in and get in the way of more vulnerable folks getting accosted by these security personnel from Comcast. They step in and are black bagged. The people who you were just tongue tying, black bagged. Those people's faces are showing up on the synthetic feed as having been involved in both the lie and in the initial vandalism, and now further attacks. They're escalating in their messaging. What was the nature of this? It wasn't just vandalism. They were setting explosives. We're getting into territory here that are making claims of much, much scarier things happening. And to be clear, above table, there is no actual presented evidence that any of that occurred, even the vandalism, right? But that is what is coming out very convincingly in these deepfakes over the synthetic reality feed. Who's going to step up?
I'll go ahead and step up. Step one, I'm going to shove my backpack with the spray paint inside into Tariq's hands to deal with that. And in the meantime, I'm leaning into trusted. When they come in, I am sitting with one of their stars, the junior. I'm sorry, who does not go by junior. I apologize. And we're going over designs for a new logo for the Family Edition program, which obviously, and anybody who's busting in here is a fan of, right?
Right.
And basically trying to look as like as much of an obsequious toad as I can possibly stand.
All right, go ahead and roll me the 2d6 and let's see how that goes for you.
Okay, that is an 8.
That is unclaimed. So you succeed at what you're doing. Put your token on the 8 on Albert Rodeo. And go ahead and set me up to take the blow. Tell me how you succeed with the conviction that you chose.
Hang on a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
Trying to drag the token, and it's insisting on dragging the whole page. Sorry, repeat the question.
Yeah, no worries at all. So go ahead and set me up to take the blow. So describe how you succeed at what you set out to do utilizing your conviction, and then I will describe how the authority is harmed by what you did.
Cal does not have the golden tongue to do this himself, but so I think he's going to rely on Chris to basically scold these guys up and down for intruding on a design consultation for the network. You're making, you know, you're making our own stars look bad. And what is this I'm hearing about you not even correctly screening people for the junior correspondent program to make sure they're not terrorists? I think that it's that kind of stuff. If Austin, you will allow that, because I'm kind of ventriloquizing you, because Cal does not have the verbal to do that himself.
No, I'm loving this. He asked for no pickles.
Mhm.
Action that's happening right now. I'm just imagining that like they're stepping in, and I'm just like, what do you think is happening here? What do you think is going on? Do you really think that we are a bunch of terrorists? That is a pencil. It- that is a pencil, and there are a bunch of different colors. There's a sharpener in the back. If you think that there's any weapon, that's the closest thing that we have. And just starts going and saying and spewing a bunch of BS, but arguing the way that they like to argue, but using it as a force for good.
That is fantastic. When you mention the pencil thing, the person that you're talking to tries to say, well, you know, anybody can use anything as a weapon. You know, lies are a weapon, etc. But they shrink. You can tell that you're getting through that. They shrink into themselves, and they're thinking about the reality of this situation. Even the ones who may not really believe you understand in a way that they can't say out loud, but you can recognize in their face the real conversation that's happening here. The real conversation being, I'm powerful. You're not. You want to believe what I'm telling you, because if you don't believe what I'm telling you, I will hurt you just by saying that you're a liar. I can do that because I have more power than you. And Chris, you have more power than any of these people because of your position, because of what you were born into, right? So it works. It works beautifully. They cower, they get in line, they start falling all over each other to agree with you, parrot what you were saying, and make it sound like it's what they were always saying. And you can see on the synthetic feed that in real time, things are now retconning themselves to align with what you have just said. Those who are slowest at doing that start to get denounced and targeted with online fervor, which we all know is very specific and all the more pointed than in-person fervor. And pitchforks are fully out, folks, for those people. A lot of virtue signaling in favor of Concast and the heritage mandate and the values and our patriotic duties. And those folks who were too slow to acquiesce start to get shut down, denounced. You see deep fakes of them having committed even more unspeakable atrocities than those mentioned before, with even more engagement, folks. Numbers are through the roof on engagement on all of this. And that is your victory and success there. It's my turn now. And now I'm going to pick either a 4 or a 10. And it's going to be a 10 because I like monopolizing this side of the board. It's nice. That 8 is messing it up for me a little bit, but I like it being scary that you don't want to, land on that side. I, Danny, want you to succeed. But as the authority, it feels good to be taking over some space. And I am doing that by extending what I just described and creating a situation where now there are junior correspondents all around you, Chris, and you see these hover drones following them, and you're getting just all of the attention from the security and from the junior correspondents and from the people who've been pulled from their homes and their workplaces. And through those screens, Chris, you have the attention of a nation. And that nation is looking to you to make it make sense, explain what it is that's really happening. But first, we've got more donations, folks. We made it up to $175 of our $200 goal. Thank you very much, everybody, for those donations. I will say I'm not sure what the last 25 is because for whatever reason it is glitching on the Tiltify. So I will say what that is as soon as it comes through. But we do have another $5 donation from Dio. Thank you, Dio. That says, gonna give this one to Derek so Z doesn't get mad at me. LOL. So you get a second static interference, Derek.
I won't cry.
From friend Dio. Yes. So you got two of them. Everybody else has one because nobody's had to use yours yet. And I will remind you that the basis for this static interference, at least in part, is the kid gloves. If the full kid gloves is at a higher donation tier. But you do have a free kid glove that expires at the end of this session. If it doesn't get used, it does not roll over. But that you can use if you land on one of my blocks there. One of my numbers. I believe that given what we set up, stating that all of you have to go once before any of you can go a second time, I know who's going to answer this question, but I need to ask it anyway. Who's going to stand up?
I'll stand up.
Have you gone already? No, beautiful. So two people still have to go. Great. Yes, please go ahead and stand up.
Well, isn't that fun? That's a 4 and a 3 for a 7.
All right.
Okay. So with you rolling a 4 and a 3 on a 7 without having to use any of the rerolls that are in here, thanks to our donors, and without having to use kid gloves, you win. You fully win the struggle. This struggle will now be over. Describe to us what you do to win the struggle.
Well, you win unless Danny decides to use his.
Yes.
Why would you
But
do that?
as an extension,
But
as an extension,
does Danny want
of
to
the
challenge
kid
my
gloves,
dice?
I mean, I have moves that allow me to just immediately make this your problem. I can switch myself into there, and then you need to sell out or use the kid gloves. But I will say that as
Seems
a kid
disrespectful
glove,
to Dio for us not to use the incentives.
You guys are the kids who like ask the teacher for homework, aren't you?
I will say this: we have more scenes after this. You all will not have kid gloves again. I am waiting to use my stuff, and the good news here is I'm gonna honor the spirit of kid gloves, and I'm not gonna use the additional algorithm that Dio just gave me. JK, this one is for Danny. Devil horn face, smiley face. Thank you, Dio. Let me just tell everybody what the algorithm does. That
Guess
is
what? You won, but it was me, Dio.
another donation tier. If the algorithm were to go to the resistance, you would successfully bury a piece of Truth TV propaganda. You may move one authority token currently on the struggle sheet to a much harder to roll number like 2 or 12. But for the funding of the Heritage Mandate, which is what we actually got, the Heritage Mandate's algorithm pushes a lie. The authority may move one of their own tokens to a highly probable number like 6, 7, or 8, or remove a Yo token to a less useful number. What auspicious timing. One could even call it fate, as we are $15 away from our goal for the night, everybody.
Let's go.
You happy, Dio? Are you happy?
I think, though, I'm still going to be nice. I'm going to honor the kid gloves.
That terrifies me.
I'm going to let
Danny
you
has something
win.
up his fucking sleeve for later.
Thank you, great leader.
I get to save this now. Yeah. Occasionally, it is important for the authority to show benevolence, because the capacity for benevolence makes the cruelty land. It can't be monotone, because then you get used to it. You need to have hope, right? That's how it works when you're the authority. So with that in mind, knowing that the authority has gifted you the opportunity to keep your victory without a cost, you don't even have to sell out for this first one. How do you win this struggle?
That makes it so much worse. God, you made me hate this, and I love winning. God damn it. I think what it is like the moment that the people start coming in and are talking to like Chris and Cal, and there's a separation of there's like a separation of Guppy being outside and like us being inside. I think that's like where Minnie kind of like breaks a little bit. Because like multiple people being separated is different than just one person being separated. And it's even worse because it's Guppy. So I think there's a point where like this like muscular 16-year-old, like there's jokes made that like, oh, like high schoolers look like fucking 30-year-olds now. I can't tell who's a high schooler and who's not. Like Minnie looks like he doesn't belong in high school. Like football player build, like big guy, full beard, kind of just like opens his arms like, all right, okay, that's it. Everybody out of here now. Waving hands, like arms open wide, like trying not to hit anybody. Maybe accidentally like smacks like one of the junior investigators or something, like because they got in the way.
Sure.
But like not truly like trying to hurt anybody, trying to get Guppy back in and them out.
And that all works perfectly. And the junior correspondent who you hit falls to the ground, shows pain on their face. You see the floating drone cameras around them, and then following those drone cameras, you see Concast security swarm black bag them and throw them into the back of a van that you know will either directly or at least eventually take them to a burnout camp. As the synthetic feed immediately incorporates that into the official narrative, noting that you are Chip Jr.'s friend, patriotic hero, who is standing up for truth, justice, in the Concast way, and going against a just awful human being who was looking to harm our great nation and all that we stand for. Thank you, hero, for doing such a wonderful, lovely job of standing for the values we all clearly uniformly believe in. And that's how you won the first scene. Doesn't it feel nice to win? Isn't it good? Don't you want to feel like that more? Don't you want to be a winner at life?
I'm using nepotism
Think
for
about that,
good.
chat. Think about that.
Okay. Guppy,
you are, and it is wearing on your soul.
Yeah, it's exhausting, but at the same time, I'm also like, I'm following the footsteps of Jack Quaid.
I love that. I do want to check in. Sorry, what were you gonna say, David?
He's just like, Guppy, next time you stay inside. Chris, you're so lucky you're useful.
Thank you.
Yeah. With that statement, I just want to check in on Tariq, because Tariq did not get a chance to go in the first scene. I want to make sure that we have a moment here with Tariq before we close out this scene. Tariq, all of this has unfolded in front of you. What have you been doing? How are you feeling? What might you want to do now?
I think, like, so we are in our building, right?
Yes, in and around. Some of you have spilled out to where this has been occurring on the street. You can decide whether you're inside or outside. No.
I'm definitely inside, because Tariq would have noticed all of this. He'd have been handed the thing by Cal, and he'd just have and he'd have gone into where he would have set up his little uh, um, jury rigged trash cans that are like kind of attached to sides of the building higher up, which have a small amount of just kind of like a gas thing to explode, and these are filled with ECM chaff, which is also cut into these small little shapes that, when dispersed, help in blocking camera pattern recognition and shit. So he has just these trash cans and trash cans of this material fixed up on different sides of their base, and like he just like he's tally ho, and like the air is filled with the ECM shaft as all the drones start their engines start getting like full of the shaft. The track cameras can't track things because all of the particles in the air are distracting the algorithms. And I
I
think
love
it
that.
just turns. I think we need to get out of here.
And you all do. You all are able to get out of there under the cover that Tariq sets up. Things are going great, everybody. You feel good, right? I mean, it feels good to win. Like nothing bad could possibly happen after this. You're clearly really well set up for everything to come.
I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. You take my bad character and
So,
paint him as a hero.
Can I grab one tiny little moment before we
Yeah.
move on?
Yeah.
I think the last shot of this scene is Kyle staring at what he's just created on this page, and every instinct says to tear it up, and he looks to Chris and realizes that the world has just seen the logo in process, and will the station actually expect to get this?
Maybe. I think that's entirely up to you.
And he sighs, and I think that's the that's the scene.
That's the button on the scene.
Yep.
With that, we are going to go to break. That's right. It's a break without a formal cliffhanger. Nothing to worry about, right? Go ahead and get a drink. Go to the bathroom. Do whatever you'd like to do. Stretch your legs. Take care of yourselves. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes. And feel free to amplify the Tiltify. Let people know that we're playing tonight if they want to join us for the back half. Let people know that we're $15 away from our goal for the night. See who wants to jump in and give some good donations for a great cause. While you're doing that, go have a good time. We're going to do the same. We'll be back in 10 minutes. See you soon, y'all. Bye. Hey, welcome back to our super chill, cozy stream where nothing wrong is happening. A game of Misspent Youth here at Manyface Plays and Queers and Spears. Thank you for joining us on Twitch on Manyface Plays and on YouTube Live on Queers and Spears. If you haven't liked and subscribed yet, please like and subscribe. Comment if you can. Share that we're doing this. Have more people will come in and join us in these shenanigans. This game of anti-authoritarian fun. Highly recommend you check out Misspent Youth. Pick it up, play it yourselves. It's a great game. It's really easy to play. It's really evocative. We're playing a sped up version. I'm going to continue to touch on the components that we're going to be speeding past right now so that all of you who are watching and those who are here at the table who haven't played it before can have a sense of what the full experience feels like. As we get back into the meat of it. We are raising money for Doctors Without Borders with a focus on benefiting Palestinian aid. And we have raised $200 now. We hit our goal for tonight. So thank you very much. We have additional incentives. Donation tiers are still up. You can still also vote in the poll that we have that is going to impact a future game for charity if you want to use your dollars that way. But it's amazing. Thank you so much for helping us hit our goal of $200 so far. That is $1,104.42 raised of the $5,000 goal overall set by Streamers Without Borders. Thank you, Streamers Without Borders, for allowing us to be a part of this. So more than a fifth of the way through. Really excited to see those kinds of numbers being put up. Thank you for that. It is worth noting that the anonymous donation of $15 that got us to this is the public pushes back on the public reacts. So that's for you all, if I'm seeing this correctly. Yes, it is. So the public reacts. If it had been for me, the heritage mandate, the public buys into the propaganda. The authority takes the resistance token, allowing them to force a yo to completely reroll both dice on a successful roll. Luckily, that isn't what's happening. What's happening instead is a shared resource among all of you funding the resistance. The public pushes back against the oligarchy. The yos instantly gain the resistance token, which they can cash in to completely reroll both dice on a bad roll. So as a recap of what you all have, none of you have spent the static interference that you initially had, so each of you have one of those, except for Derek. You have two of those so that you don't go after Dio. And now, as a group, you have a resistance token. So where with static interference you can only reroll one of your two die, this allows you to reroll both die on a bad roll. One time, you have to decide as a group when you want it to be used. As a reminder, I have two static interference that I have not used yet. Is that right? No. I have one static interference that I haven't used yet, and I have one of the algorithm, which, as a reminder, means that I may move one of my own tokens to a highly probable number, like a 6, 7, or an 8, or move a yo token to a less useful number whenever I want. So that's exciting. I only get to do it once so far. But if more people want to donate for $10, the algorithm to me, then maybe I can do a little bit more. Or you can donate it to the resistance and let them do it. All for a good cause. There was an additional $25 donation that was not associated with an incentive. Thank you to whoever did that for just donating for a good cause. That's also really awesome and fully an option if you want to do that. So thank you for doing that, and that is how we got to 200. With all that having been said, we are going to be moving quickly past scenes 2 through 4 in the structure of this. Scene 2 is fighting back. Right? So due to our overall time tonight, you're not going to see a whole scene here. But in fighting back, the clip takes on the overall problem. There's a beat introduced, and you come up with the question of what you're dealing with here. So there's a catastrophe. Something really fucked up happens. that seems to entirely change what the story has been about so far. Examples in the book are a lovable rogue gets frozen in a suspended animation field and carted off to who knows where by the bad guys. Here, I'm going to say that our catastrophe is victory. What happened is all of you are famous now, not just Chip Jr. here, but all of you are heroes, patriotic examples to your society. Each of you are renowned for your deep allegiance to consolidated broadcasting in particular, and to the heritage mandate writ large. And as celebrities in your own right, people are watching you all the time. It's really hard to get around without anybody noticing. Cameras seem to be everywhere all the time. People are profiling you. They're getting to know who you are, what makes you tick. And every single time you have a conversation with anybody who isn't the five of you, you have to watch what you're saying. Sometimes when you're in conversations by yourselves, you might not know if you have to watch what you're saying around each other. Not because you're thinking that the other people in your clique might turn on you. No, that's ridiculous. Why would any of them do that? They wouldn't sell you out. No, you're worried that maybe somebody's listening in, that you're not really private. It's very difficult to coordinate the way that you want to. There's a complication. Something gets in the way of your plans. You escape a blockade to only have your hyperdrive fail on you, is the example here. I think I covered that with what I just said. I'm not going to give you something extra on top of that. That feels unnecessary. There's a discovery. We learned something significant we didn't know before that makes everything thus far look completely different. You're going to love this example, Austin, in the book. The bad guy turns out to be your dad.
What?
What?
So I'm actually going to leave it to all of you to tell me what the discovery is. The something significant we didn't know before that makes everything thus far look completely different. What do you as a group want that to be?
Chip Senior's all of our dad.
I just had like the funny idea that like actually my dad was the bad guy.
Your dad could also be the bad guy. We haven't established anything about your dad.
Like the most punk looking, rebellious looking one has the dad that is the bad guy.
I love that.
That is Chris's dad's boss.
Yeah.
Guys, oh no, it's Maxie.
Yeah, it's Maxie. Minnie and Maxie. That's perfect. I love that. Maximilian, right? But Maxie, to their friends, is the head of Consolidated Broadcasting. So not the head of the Heritage Mandate overall, mind you, but the head of its propaganda wing. They're Goebbels, essentially. So that's your dad, Derek. Your dad's Goebbels. Congratulations on that choice. Goebbels named Maxie, to be clear, canonically now, for Maximilian. So that is interesting. And then there's a reversal. This is just scene 2. I'm still also going to go over 3 and 4 before we get into 5. There's a reversal. Shit goes from bad to good or from good to bad. Example, you're following a small fighter craft toward a moon, only to have the old guy sitting next to you declare, "That's no moon. It's a space station." So we got that rebel scum bleeding in here.
Let's go.
Through the text. Yeah. So things are pretty good for you all. So I think the reversal is going to go from good to bad. And what's going to happen is...
Is it good?
I mean, it's good for you.
Is it?
You won.
We're celebrities.
Yay, we won.
Did we win?
So
we won in your eyes.
We're all winning. So the reversal, I'm going to say, is that leaning into all of this newfound attention, Maxie has spoken with Chip Sr. and set up a panel discussion that all of you are doing on What's the Dip with Chip, focused on youthful patriotism across the Heritage Mandate. And you all are prepping for that. That's where we're going to leave scene 2. Scene 3, the question. Second scene, you also have to create the question for the episode. The question is the thrust of the rest of the story and is later answered in scene 6, which is who wins. The question would be something like, will the Yos counteract the mind virus? Or will the aliens in the ghetto be exterminated? During the rest of the episode, don't step on the question. Nothing can answer it until it comes time to do so, which means nothing can answer it until scene 6. This is me reading the text directly as it's written. Make sure that the first beat and the question are recorded in the case file. Great. So I'm going to leave that to you all too. What do you think, with what you know so far, including the reversal that I just established, is the question of tonight's story for our youthful offenders?
This might be too simple. I don't know. But if part of the discovery / reversal is basically realizing how much Chip Sr. is in the same position that we are, you're not allowed to say that. Does that mean that one can trust him? I will admit, I think that answer is pretty obvious, but
I will say that there is something interesting about zeroing in on the question of what people are doing to survive versus what people have in their hearts. So how about something like, what would it take to get people to stand up? People like Chip Sr., right? What would have to change? Because Chip Sr. is clearly playing the game right now, right? And the question of whether, like, what his heart wants would put a lot of focus just on him. I want to give you options. You can still follow that focus on him and answer a broader question. But I think, what do you think? What do you all think in terms of how it feels to zero in on the emotional heart of what we're getting at? Yeah.
I have a suggestion. What if the question that we're asking, I feel like it could use Papa as a example.
Okay,
But I don't think it makes sense for it to be like specifically related to him, like, and only him.
Okay.
So my suggestion, sorry, there's something stuck in my wheel. What's the difference between a villain and a survivor?
I like that. How do you all feel about that?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a villain and a survivor? Sorry, did you want to add something else?
I was just voicing my approval.
Yay.
Copy. A villain and a survivor. All right, so I've put that in our chat on Discord, so everybody has that for ease of reference. That is our question. That's scene 2. Scene 3, heating up. Tensions mount and the stakes get higher. This is where the plot really gets cranked up, if you could imagine. The heating up scene is all about intense action or interpersonal conflict. The Yos continue to confront the kickoff and work toward answering the question. They're also going to react to the first beat and incorporate it into their plan to defeat the Authority. The beat is intensified and further explored, and the new elements about it are revealed. This might be a longer scene than most others. It's a build-up when shit really starts to fly. So here we're just talking about tension mounting. You all are being expected to be a part of this panel on Truth TV. You're preparing for that. That is where, if we were to play this out, based on the information we have right now, I would have set the heating up in the preparation for that. So my question from an interpersonal perspective, and you can feel free to ask a friendship question here if you want, of the table or of a given person. You can get into some first 5 seconds, but we're not going to be able to have time to do a full struggle. What do you think happens with your characters, and how do they survive this scrutinized preparatory period? Do they have to sell something out, or do they have to lean on one of the things they already sold out?
I imagine in preparing for this interview, there's probably some conflict within the group of like, what are we doing? Like, are we just trying to get through this? Because I feel like Guppy and maybe Chris would be there too, would be like, we're going to use this opportunity to undermine, like, we're going to embrace the position that we're in and like be sneaky about it. But I feel like some other members of the group are probably not in that mode of action.
I think Tariq would have been like, with subverting what is happening, because he's definitely not a fan of what is occurring with them right now, being or like what will amount to being the mouthpieces of like what we were trying to fight against, right? 100%. Like, and I think, like, I think he would use like the extra attention to do just that much more. Like, I think, like, he'd purposely go and tag some stuff and go like, hey, I'm I'm approved, y'all. I'm approved. Like, kind of scene. And then do another tag kind of thing. I don't know.
I love that.
Tariq
I think that's
Tariq
great.
Tariq is more than angry at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
think-
And the thing that happens, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think Minnie is vehemently against it. Mainly because of the information the rest of the group found out during those scenes, and is probably waiting for some sort of reaction to happen to it. Which was actually going to be a question I wanted to ask the group of how everybody reacts to finding out that information.
About Maxie, right?
Mhm.
About Maxie's existence.
Yes, about my father being Chris's father's boss.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I've gotten used to rich boys that come from other places as well. I mean, I know Chris. I know Chris, right? I've been with him for a while. So if I can tolerate him, I can tolerate you. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely met Maxie before because technically he's my boss now too.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have like maybe 10 seconds of shock when I first figure that out. And then I just start laughing because like no matter what I say about like how stupid and idiotic my father is and his ideals and everything, we're both using the same tools, just on different sides of the same war. And when I look at Minnie compared to like me with my father, compared to an apple that didn't fall super far from the tree, I look at Minnie and I see an apple that fell into a trebuchet and then got launched into the ionosphere.
Yep. But you do see how close they look to each other.
Yeah, but also like I don't think I could ever imagine your dad with that color hair
No. Or this
Yeah.
haircut.
or the haircut.
But if you did imagine Maxie with that color hair and that haircut,
We'd be twins.
yeah, super similar, eerily so. Tariq, I will say, the more that your anger pushes you to act in ways that are meant to like push the line on what the authority might find acceptable, the more the authority eats it up and co-opts it. So those acts of vandalism are consistently in real time through AI algorithms that are assigned to you, because each of you have them assigned to you now as a part of your overall coverage. finding ways to spin everything that you're doing as a continuance of the patriotic mission that makes you so much of an exemplary star in the skyscape of consolidated broadcasting. And the more you do it, the more you're rewarded for your behavior. The more power you're given, the more attention you have, and the more you're lauded for doing what they say they've always wanted you to do. And that gets us to scene 4.
I hate that phrase.
We won! That's the name of scene 4, everybody. Not scene 6
good.
or scene
Yay,
7.
go home.
Or even scene 5. You are home here at Consolidated Broadcasting, a subsidiary of the Heritage Mandate. Scene 4, we won. So far, things have been getting more difficult and complicated for the clique, and tension has been mounting. In the we won scene, the Yos need to get a victory that makes them feel like everything's going to be okay, especially redacted. You know that moment in the movie? You know that moment in the movie where it seems like the heroes get their way, but you check the time and there's still like 45 minutes left in the movie? This scene is that. It can be really great. An unexpected success, maybe even feel kind of like an ending. Whether you win or lose, kind of. So my question to you all, and you can ask a friendship question of a group or a specific person. You can use first 5 seconds if you'd like. We don't have time for a struggle, unfortunately. How do you win? What's a win for you all in this moment? What do you think you want?
Can I propose somehow in the course of this interview panel and surrounding moments, we convince Chip Sr. to come to our side?
Oh, do you want to do that?
Get some kind of like sympathy.
I love that. Do y'all want to do that?
Oh, damn.
Or like he sees what we're doing, and I don't know, maybe there's even just a glimmer of change. And we've got a whole other villain, so
I'm gonna play this as though you all won the struggle. So I'm gonna say this. You go with that. I'm gonna say that you are able to discover something that you never knew about Chip Sr. And it will reveal to you that Chip Sr. is fully on your side. Would you like that?
I'd feel so weird about that, but I'm so down for it.
Here's the great news about that, Austin. To get there, you and I are about to do a very short scene. So, what do you think? I'm going to leave it to everybody other than you, Austin, if that's okay, since you and I are about to be in this scene. What is it that causes you all to realize that Chip Sr. must be on your side? It could be anything you want. What do you want?
Oh, can it be different things for each of us?
100% it could be different things for each of
Because
you.
I have my thing.
Go for it.
So I think for Minnie, it was a part of that panel. And there was a moment where it was like almost like a one-on-one like interview where like he was going to each one of us. And like I think based on like per my dad's instructions, he saved me for last. And there was a question on one of his cards that he kind of like sat there and went, I can't ask that, and like flipped to the next one. And he ended up Minnie ended up bumping into him after the panel, and the cards went everywhere. And he saw the one question that wasn't asked, and it was a question about Minnie's crush.
Okay.
So I think that's when Minnie was like, "Oh fuck, he's not all that bad."
I love that. I think that's awesome. What about the rest of y'all? And you don't have to all have one if you don't want to, but you're welcome to if you'd like to.
Ooh. Okay. So we know that Cal was allegedly making a design for one of the shows on Truth TV, and I think we kind of have to turn that in and give it to them, or the whole that's what we were working on story falls apart. I think Cal has been doing some more design work for them, and the thing about art is that there's never just one interpretation. But this is a system where there absolutely is one interpretation. So if you see anything else in that art, that's completely wrong, and it's not there, and we certainly can't shut it down, because that's not what it means. And I think the first time that Cal tries to play with something like that, there is a game recognized game with Senior.
I love that. I think that's perfect. And I just want everybody to know that as you're working on that, it really highlights the fact that Truth TV's slogan is Truth TV. It's in the name. Who else would like to have a revelation about Chip Sr. before we go to the conversation with Chip Jr.? No.
Make my dad cool.
I could see like in this interview, Guppy's got like a plan, the kind of the same thing that he did with the teens who were coming to do gotcha interviews in the neighborhood, of like, we're gonna build up our credentials and then like flip it and we're gonna win. And Chip Sr. like clearly saw through what I was doing, and at some point was like, "Oh, I just need to fix your microphone. It's not picking up," and like leaned in and was like, "They're prepared for this. You can't go this direction. They're gonna take all of you down."
I love that. I think that's fantastic that he took that big of a swing and that big of a risk, because that really speaks to the depth of feeling, right? And concern. He was willing to do that. He could have been picked up on that mic.
Yeah.
Am I right in understanding, Adi, Tariq doesn't have a moment like this? No. Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I think he'd be just like burning, smoldering, like just like a roiling knot of like just.
I imagine Therese being like sold to the public as like the bad boy. Like, ooh, look at
Yeah.
The bad boy, the status quo. That's
The bad boy, the bad boy TM, right?
The bad boy TM with the of attitude, but I look that, which
But
is
you look that,
funny
right?
to me.
Yeah.
But you're the heir to Consolidated Broadcast.
Don't say that.
oh my god, we're a Republican boy band.
Do not say that. Oh.
Yeah, we're all in this together.
No.
All right. So the
Unless you're poor.
right implied in this authority. So Chip Jr. After the interview's done, your dad calls you to his office. You've been in there a million times and you've worked on a lot of stuff. What has it been like working with your dad in the time that you've been doing this much more in the spotlight since the incident that nobody talks about?
There are marks on my hands I have to cover up with makeup or gloves when I can from how hard I grit my teeth and ball my fists to deal with the level of resentment and discomfort that I have spewing the vitriol that he makes me say. If someone who is supposed to protect you is part of the point, is part of the system that actively harms not only you but the things that you care about, your sense of what is safety, what is trust, and what is comfort becomes inevitably altered.
Yeah.
And in that way, I think that Chris's father has become sort of emblematic to kind of everything that Chris tries so hard to fight against. Which is why I think whatever happens next for him will feel like an impossibility.
Chip Sr. looks at you and says, "Great work, kiddo. You did me proud. You did Concast proud. You did the whole Heritage Mandate proud. I am looking forward to the future that you help build for our great and glorious society." And he puts his hand out to shake your hand. Do you take it?
Thank you, Father. I'm also just so excited to see the wonderful world that we can create together as father and son. And I take his hand.
You feel a paper slip into your hand, and he says, "Now I have many things to do for Maximilian. I will see you back at home."
I look forward to seeing you at home, Papa.
When you're somewhere safe, away from cameras, safe as you can find yourself, to look at the paper, it just has numbers on it that you understand to be an address coded in a way that you are shocked to see because it is following a code used by the Breacher Collective. Do you go to the address?
I think I do. I don't say a single word the entire time, completely blank face. But mind is moving a mile a minute.
When you arrive in there, it is a warehouse that when you enter the unlocked door, you can see is lined top to bottom to serve as a Faraday cage. And inside of it, you are black bagged and knocked out. You come to in a different building, not knowing how you got there, that also is lined as a Faraday cage. And there, your father steps out.
Okay.
Chris.
I think I finally say my famous line and mean it for the first time this entire experience. What's going on? What's happening?
Chris, I am so sorry that I had to bring you here like this. And you see him tie undone, more disheveled than you've ever seen him dressed in your life, more relaxed, one would argue, although his demeanor is not relaxed at all. There's a lot of tension, much more tension than you're used to him showing. He says, "Chris, I was trying to protect you from this, and after what you and your friends did that was so public, it took everything that I had to be able to get you brought in instead of sent away. There were people including your friend Minnie's dad, who wanted you to be an example made, showing that we hold even our own accountable. And I will not tell you what I had to give up to stop that, because it was my privilege as your father to get to do that for you. But I do need to tell you that it happened so that you understand the stakes of what you and your friends are facing. You're too young for this, but it's coming for you anyway. So we're having this conversation now. Are you hearing me?
Completely shocked. Just what do we do next?
I need you and your friends to be smart so that I don't have to play another card like that, because the last one hurt and the next one is the kind of thing that you can't undo. So that's for me to worry about. Keep working with our organization. And here you realize that he's saying our organization in a safe house run by the Breacher Collective. Just don't let your friends know that I'm involved, because it's going to be trouble for them. If they know that I'm involved, they need to think that I'm what I work so hard every day to show myself to be. What I honestly am in a lot of ways. Because, Chris, my boy, I have a lot of blood on my hands. Okay? What I've done has really hurt people. And you know what? I'm sorry, kiddo, because it's not your fault. You were born into this and you didn't make this happen. But what I've been having you do, it hurts real people too. And I'm so sorry that you have to be a part of that. But the only way that I know to get out of this is through. And that means more people are going to get hurt. I don't want you to have to carry the burden of that, because I got to tell you, it does not get easier to carry that over time. But you do get used to it. And I think that might be the worst part of it. I don't know. I didn't think I was going to be having this conversation now, but it feels like we're running out of time. So just try to keep your friends out of it, even if they're in it, out of this part, because this part can get them killed. I need you to keep acting like you don't know that I'm involved. Okay? For your sake, for our family's sake, for your friend's sake, for my sake. And I need you to try to stay safe. Can you do that for me?
I punch him in the chest. And then I give him the first earnest hug I've ever given him in my life.
It gives you a deep, deeply felt hug, and you feel the warmth of a tear or two hitting your shoulder, having never seen your father cry in your entire life. And unless there's something else you'd like to do right now, I'd say that's where we leave the scene.
I think I just like let go of the hug. I wipe the tears away that I have, and without saying that I agree with his plan, I just say, "Black bag me again."
They do. And that takes us to scene 5. Scene 5, and I can't emphasize this heavily enough, is in the core text titled, "We're Fucked." At this point in the story, the Yos have to be pushed to their nadir. The defeat. This is all hope should seem lost. They're going to have to scramble mightily to get their shit together. The authority is going to redacted. Just like in the We Won scene, the We're Fucked scene requires redacted. You therefore must not redacted. This beat redacted. Finally, since numbers are redacted. We're fucked. The click suffers an awful setback. The second beat is introduced. Setting the scene. Would any of you like to ask a friendship question of someone?
I have another one that may
Okay.
cause a bit of an issue. What does everybody do when Minnie doesn't show up?
Guppy has been giving Minnie the cold shoulder for a while since the dad thing came out, because like Guppy has been like undercover working with these people, trying to get information in danger, and you've got this connection that you just like never even bothered to mention. And Guppy's felt hurt by that. But I think when Minnie doesn't show up, is like kind of just like asking everybody else, like panicking pretty quickly and asking everybody else what we should do.
The first 5 seconds of that don't include Minnie because Minnie didn't show up. What they do include is a stream hitting every screen around you, at the very least the Concast phone that you have, Chris, showing the arrest of your father. They play the audio of a hot mic having picked up what Chip Sr. said to you, Guppy. That was recorded, as it turned out, and held for an advantageous moment. Suspicious that Minnie's not there, while Maxie is out on all of these screens talking about how after a long and laborious sting operation, during which time the forces of the Heritage Mandate were always in control, they finally found the ringleader of a highly contentious local terrorist organization that was lying to the public this whole time from a position of trust. Chip Sr., of all people, who Maxie always knew was a bad egg and personally spearheaded the investigation into, is now paraded out, bloodied, beaten, bruised, handcuffed, in front of all of you and the whole world. And you hear sirens again in the distance, but those can't be coming here, right? As all of you realize that Chip Jr. is in your midst and has a Concast phone that surely wouldn't have location tracking on, right? Now you can do whatever you'd like to do until either you or I start a struggle.
I think Tariq could have just like looked at his phone, seeing all of the fucking posts of the bad boy trademark, and just looking between all of you and looking to where the empty space where Minnie is not there, the absence. Do you think they sold out? Do you think they just left us here?
No, he wouldn't do that. They probably took him too.
There's no way. I take my phone. Actually, I'm weak, so I think I like slam it in a refrigerator.
Still works.
Okay.
No, I don't mean the phone works. I mean you break it.
Oh no, I assumed.
Yeah, you break it. You break it that way. Minnie, if you'd like to share, and you don't have to, where are you?
Sitting in a driven car with blacked out windows that is outside of his dad's office.
Okay.
Bound.
Bound. Okay. Is hooded or no?
Mm-mm.
No. Copy. Like zip ties?
Yeah.
Okay.
My dad never lets me go without a hood.
Different tiers, right?
Your dad's actually a good guy.
Yeah. Steve, you don't have to, but anything on your side?
Possibly, but it hasn't clicked in yet.
Don't worry about it. I am going to bring the struggle to you, folk. So we're going to do parallel stuff here. There's a little bit of homebrew since you're not in the same space, but I want to include everybody. So we're going to focus on the group first. Derek, we're going to come back to Minnie, either in parallel or after that resolves. But you, Minnie, are hearing sounds muffled outside of this vehicle. Even through the tints, are able to tell that some people are moving because the tints are more about not seeing in than about not looking out. And a door opens as you're starting to get shoved out of the car. For those of you who are together, the sirens grow louder. You broke your phone, but not quickly enough. And these are getting started. The Concast folks, security folks that you know so well now, are around, and you hear the voice of the prime anchor, an aggressively charismatic lead news personality who now has even more power in the wake of Chip's disgrace, twisting the actions not just of Chip, but of Chip Jr. and all of Chip Jr.'s friends into a broadcast painting you as honestly terrorists, right? Like there's really no other way to put the way that they're characterizing what you all are right now. In vague terms, not a lot of specifics about what you did, but a whole lot of rhetoric around it. And if any of you look outside, either through devices or directly, you would see, especially Guppy and Chris, you would recognize that there are mobile units for these newscasts that are moving around, these mobile control rooms that include reality editors. And these reality editors are technicians behind massive soundboards who edit reality in real time. They only really seem to have the power to edit the accepted reality that's happening, doing more granular real-time work that the algorithms AI still isn't able to do yet. But it's hard to tell sometimes because they do it so seamlessly. People fall right in line. And their reality editing, what's coming through the drone cameras that are following these Concast security folks, the junior correspondence cameras that are handheld, phone stuff and other things that they're taking with them as they flood this space surrounding where you are. And through all that, you see heritage mandate enforcers. It's really unusual to see heritage mandate enforcers involved in a Concast matter, but I think that speaks to the public nature of this. They are brutal propaganda police who raid homes, destroying physical media with even more wanton violence than the Concast security folks who you'd seen do this before. And they're all coming for y'all. So with that having been said, we're going to get into our struggle for this scene. The authority over here is going to set the stakes. and the stakes are that all of you are fucked, right? If I win the struggle here, you will all be zip tied like Minnie, wherever the fuck they take you, subject to whatever the fuck they're doing. What is your hope?
All of us somewhere safe.
I love that. That includes Minnie.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. With that, we get into our struggle. First authority turn. I basically just go with what I just put into play, right? And all of you are surrounded. Who's going to stand up?
So, just to clarify, could you paint the context? What is happening immediately right now? What are we,
Yeah.
like,
You are surrounded by every force that has been introduced as a force in this space. You have two different kinds of law enforcement. You have multiple kinds of cameras watching to propagandize this. You have reality editors ready to back up the AI in real time to rewrite reality in bespoke ways to ensure that you are painted in the worst possible light as traitors to the heritage mandate. Because nobody loves, however much people love to watch patriotic heroes lifted up and lionized, made into icons, what they love more than that is watching them torn down and made examples of and lain low. And that is the hungry process to which you are being subjected right now. So physical violence, psychological and emotional violence via propaganda, and the new mouthpiece, the prime anchor, now even more powerful than before due to the fall of Chip Sr., on the scene in person, propagandizing your demise. But you get to take a turn. Who's going to stand up?
Can I name the anchor?
Yeah, go for it.
Danny Crackers.
Danny Crackers live on the scene is canon now. It's Danny Crackers. Danny Crackers live on the scene, watching these once patriots, now traitors, being brought to justice by the Heritage Mandate here on Truth TV. Truth TV, it's in the name.
Can I stand up first?
You can if you want to, and we can cut over to you.
Yeah, I'll
what do
stand
you
up
want to do?
first.
Go for it.
We roll first.
Yep.
Jesus. That's a 6 and a 1, so a 7.
But here is where things are bad for you.
I know.
I am going to use Dio's gift, thanks Dio, to
Thanks,
make you
Dio.
re-roll either the 6 or the 1. Which one would you like to re-roll?
I trust my dice. I'm going to re-roll the 6.
Go for it.
I'm going to use my trans dice.
Yeah.
That is another 6.
Okay. So go ahead and take the 7 on the board.
I will.
And describe the success that you have, what you want to try to do, which conviction you're using, and the success that you have as you are being shoved out of this car, who knows where. And then I will describe the authority taking the blow.
So I think what is happening is, first of all, when there's somebody that has like a muscle structure built, it's stupid to use zip ties on them. Zip ties are very easy to break if you have the right leverage. And being sitting in the back of a car, he can get his arms to where his hands are under him.
Mm-hmm.
So that when they pull him out, his body straightens and they snap the zip ties. Because they couldn't zip tie his legs because he has to walk.
Yeah.
So that is the point where the hands are free and the hands are thrown.
Okay.
Because I'm a known fighter.
Mhm.
And I beat up some adult guys, and
Yeah.
I think I'm actively running in towards my father's office.
I love that. That's perfect. You do all that successfully. So you kick the crap out of like 6 guys outside of that. You rolled 6s twice, so you get to kick the crap out of six guys. On your way into the building, you get through the building, and honestly, some of those people are maybe not even fully briefed on what's going on because they're probably keeping this a little bit tight-lipped. So they don't have any reason to not let you through. You're Maxie's kid, right? Who would dare to get in your way? So you're able to get in, get up the elevator, go all the way to the top floor to Maxie's office. But that is the end of your turn. And now it's my turn. And it being my turn, and this being the 5th scene, I am going to use the algorithm, and I'm going to kick you off of the 7 that you just rolled, and I'm going to move you to a 2, which allows me to just claim that 7. Seems unfair, right? And I'm just going to take the 7, and I also get to take 6 or 8. And you know what? Because I'm feeling festive, I'm going to take the 6. You know why? Because 6, 7. That's why. That's right.
I can't stand you.
'Cause
Go,
we're teammates.
leave. Stream's over. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so weird. They want their money back, Danny. I don't know why.
I am the villain right now. That is what's happening. I am the authority. So, with that 6 and that 7, let me check here. Do I take another thing? If you're gonna no, there. Yep. I just make things worse for you, and the way I'm going to make things worse for you, it doesn't have anything to do with what we just saw. What's going to happen is before any of you had a chance to take any further action, these heritage jackboots and their Concast little bros and sisses break down the doors of where you are, and you are now surrounded in the same space. Who's going to stand up?
I'll stand up.
Take it away. Actually, roll the 2d6. Yes, please.
Okay, I got a 4.
All right. Claim the 4. That is yours to have. It was free. And describe your victorious action with whatever conviction, and I will take the blow.
Yeah. So I decided during the scenes that we kind of just touched on that I was going to sell out my MO of information liberator to propagandist.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm going to use that. And can I say that the reporter, the anchor, is here as well?
Yeah, 100%.
Danny
Okay.
Crackers.
Danny Crackers, yeah.
Danny Crackers live on the scene. Yeah.
I'll go directly to Danny Crackers and oh, good, you're finally here. It's I'll use my real name, Grant Deleuze. Been working with your people. You know, I was the one who helped bring down the traitor Chip. I'm glad you're here and are here to talk to me about all of this.
Absolutely. That was the plan all along. And we are live with patriotic hero here. What was your name again?
Grant Deleuze.
Grant Deleuze with an exclusive for Truth TV talking about how Grant Deleuze here brought down the infamous Chip. Grant, take it away.
So my goal here is to kind of try to spin this in like the most terrible way possible. I think Guppy is overconfident, nihilistic propagandist, and just believes that he can bullshit enough here to either give everybody space to get out or like get us out of this, which I like as a player, I know that's not going to happen, but Guppy believes that that can happen here. So it's just like total whatever speak that they use, rolling with it, bullshitting, distracting as much as possible.
It is a lucky thing that you used a sold out conviction there, because it is causing you to avoid facing desperate circumstances. What are desperate circumstances? It's a good question. I'll tell you on the next round if people don't use their sold out conviction. But for now, I'm going to take the authority turn to take the 8. And what is going to happen is Danny Crackers buys what you're selling hook, line, and sinker, finds ways to incorporate it into the overall narrative. You all have a little bit of cover on yourselves right now to some degree, but it's just sinking Chip Sr. more and more. And what is happening is the bloodlust for Chip Sr.'s demise is increasing higher and higher. So now the safer you all get, the worse things are for Chip Sr. Maybe other people in Chip Sr.'s lives in Chip Sr.'s life who might have had something to do with things, maybe didn't, but might get roped in just because they were around. Who's going to stand up?
Cal would like to stand up.
Oh, I saw Austin first, but
You know what? Let's let Cal do it.
Cool. Cal, please go ahead.
Okay.
I got to roll the 2d6.
Yes. Roll first. Okay. That's a 10.
Mm-hmm.
Live with a 10.
Okay. You are fully able to take the 10 because that is not controlled by me. So describe what you are doing with what conviction and set me up with your victory so that I can take the blow.
Okay, so I'm imagining, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this is completely speculative and not based on anything or grounded in anything whatsoever. Why would I think? I think so. I think as an artist, Cal has been told for years and years and years, you must learn how to use the new tools. You must learn how to use our tools. You must learn how to use our systems. Otherwise, you'll be left behind. And he's looking at this situation and understanding how people like it when folks in powerful positions go down. What he'd like to do, with a little bit of muscle from some of his friends, I'm sure, what he'd like to do is get a little creative, or shall I say destructive, the sold out version, with that reality editing equipment. If they like the idea of taking down Senior, they're going to love the idea of taking down Maxie.
I love that. You want to tell me a little bit about what kind of bad stuff Maxie is blamed for? Or do you want me to do that?
Well, let me ask a question first. I know that Minnie looks a lot like Maxie. Does Minnie sound like Maxie?
Yeah.
We've had some time in these scenes that we jumped over. So I think we have some recordings to start with. And then the beauty of reality editing tech is that you can make it up from there. And I think basically trying for just a little bit of truth about what they've been using, what Maxi and his team have been doing to manipulate truth, as you know, not as a standard way of operating, mind you, just out of a vindictive vendetta against Senior specifically, because Senior was getting the views and the praise, and it's easy to feel a little jealous.
And it works spectacularly. This technology, geez, it's so believable. You have to remind yourself that you just made it up. It's so easy to fall into thinking that what is convenient to be true is what's actually true. You find yourself almost doing a double take. Did I make that up, or is that really what happened? I mean, it would make sense, I guess, right? It seems so believable. It's hard to keep it straight.
I was already using my already sold out creative turns to destructive. I think in this moment, I know I don't mechanically have to, but I think in this moment, I'm selling out trusted to believer.
I love that. I think that is beautiful.
Smoking my own stuff.
I was going to use desperate measures now, but because you just sold something out, I'm going to pull back. And instead of taking both 5 and 9, I'm just going to take 9. And I'm going to say that now, Minnie, the consequences are going to be yours, because your papa is no longer the belle of the ball. And right as you reach Papa's office, there's a lockdown, and the windows just shoom, shoom, shoom. Steel goes down on them, and the vents close, and the power cuts, and you're trapped up there with your dad. Who's going to stand up? I saw Austin. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Roll. It's a 1 and a 1.
Okay. So you rolled a 2, which means that you win, because that is where I, at the beginning of this struggle, moved Derek's token to off of the 7 and onto the 2, because it is one of the most statistically unlikely numbers to hit. With that kind of win,
Derek.
with that kind of win, and where we are on the day, this is what I'm going to say. We're going to fold in who wins to this. We don't have time left on the stream to play who wins. So who wins, scene 6. Now that the Yos are thoroughly fucked, this is the scene where they recover from their setback and stick it directly to the authority. In the who wins scene, the question will be answered definitively. I will remind everyone that the question is, what's the difference between a villain and a survivor? And you will find out whether the clique or the authority wins this episode. Whoever wins the struggle for this scene wins the episode. This also determines what happens to the exploits and system of control, and how likely the Yos are to beat the authority at the end of the series. As in the We're Fucked scene, the numbers the authority has make it likely, blah, blah, blah. So guess what? You win. With something as statistically unlikely as what just happened, you fully fucking win both sides of what you're doing right now. Derek, your scene, you win. Everybody else, your scene, you win. So let's start with, if it's okay with you, Austin, let's start with Derek, since Derek's alone. And then Austin will come back to you, and I'd like to hear from everybody else, if you want to, don't feel like you have to be a part of describing how you beat the authority. Not permanently, you're not like taking down Comcast or Truth TV even, much less the Heritage Mandate, but how you win this situation. How you answer the question, what's the difference between a villain and a survivor? Derek?
Yeah, I think being trapped in his dad's office with him physically is new. As a feeling, it's not. I think a lot of the times when he was younger, having to like sit with his dad, he was trapped. He couldn't go anywhere. He was young. He had to stay with his dad. But listening to like all this stuff that his dad would like order people to do, make people do, it never felt right. And I think he looks at him and there's a look of disgust. Actually, no, there's a look of disappointment as he kind of just walks up to him. And Minnie is large. He's a big guy. Face to face with his dad. And just goes, I think it's time you drop it. Everything. Because you are trapped in here with me. And you know exactly what I'm capable of.
How would you like him to respond in this moment? What is the outcome that Minnie is hoping to see in his father?
That he's not a villain. He's hoping to see the same thing that Chris got to see without him knowing. But deep down in his heart, he knows it's not true. That this just is how his dad is. I think at this point, he's been doing it so long that he's used to it. And that there's a point where he just kind of laughs. Mm-hmm. You shut off the power so that I couldn't go live. So I couldn't show people what you were doing.
You think I did this? Oh, they're going to eat you alive. But at least I'm glad to see that you have the killer instinct to come up here and take me out yourself. You know, when your friends decided to slander me and paint me like I'm some fucking version of Chip, I wondered if you were involved. I didn't think you had it in you. Guess I finally have something to respect about you.
A version. You're the model.
Yeah, well, every model is disposable. You're going to find that out when you're in my chair. And that stupid haircut is gone. Yeah. It's fine. They're going to take me, but you're going to remember this for the rest of your life. And when they come to take you too, we're going to end up in the same place.
No, because I have people that'll help me survive.
If they don't turn on you. Like you turned on me. And security forces flood the scene. And as a final act of fatherly protection, Maxie calls out, I can't believe that you turned on me. I can't believe you turned me in. I trusted you. I told you what I was doing. And goes on lying and lying as though he was in on everything that Chip had been doing, painting you as though you are the reason he was found out. He's dragged away. You are heralded as a hero and positioned to indeed be the heir of running Consolidated Broadcasting as soon as your training is done. You are drafted in to have more power and luxury, access to capital, access to the upper echelons of society than you ever could have thought would be yours, really. All thanks to a final fatherly sacrifice from a man who never saw you. We go to the other scene. Chris?
I'm about to do some really weird shit.
Okay.
First off, the way in which I win. I'd like to use my pride, which I previously sold out for arrogance.
Mhm.
I think that I'm smarter than everyone, including being the only person who's realized that we are standing in an RV.
Okay.
I take the wheel. I immediately drive away. Try to get all the people that I care about as far away from this as humanly possible, because I think that is the difference between a villain and a survivor. Villains do things because they want to. Survivors do things because they have to. But it's more than that. It's also that survivors want to make things better however they can. Villains are fine with the status quo. I've thought that my dad was a villain for so long because I thought that he wasn't fighting the same fight that I was. And in the discovery of that, I would like to use my exploit. Because
Okay.
going back to the first session, as Tyler Jacob is giving that massive speech of "What? Look at me, smile." Suddenly the entire place is raided, and using the spotlight that I learned from him, I know how to like shine a light on truth, but I also know how to point it in the opposite direction. And what is more important to a media conglomerate than a complete and utter victory? My exploit is all 4 of my friends got away. An entirely separate system of freedom fighters working in the shadows with my new friends. An amazing speechwriter, a incredibly loyal protector, one of the happiest people I've ever met with or without drugs, and most importantly, a computer hacker. Utilizing the skills of all of my previous friends and my new ones, we're able to set up a relay with the media conglomerate as they are being shut down. And using using Cal's art and Guppy's knowledge of the inner workings from the production side, we're able to hack into the network and actually relay the positivity and the truth. Having the propaganda that they are pushing out, but finally using it to expose the light of everything else. They are going to be able to take it back over incredibly quickly. But enough people are able to see it that there's going to be a little question in the back of everyone's minds, probably for the rest of their lives.
I love that.
And just that way, we make things a little bit better.
That's perfect. What about for the rest of you? How do you answer the question?
So Chris just gave us a very beautiful ending. But this is the kind of game that it is. So in the back of the van, the RV, I don't think we've established the size of the vehicle. Cal is facing a whole bay of screens and controls and has the power of editing reality at his fingertips. And the thought occurs to him, okay, what is the difference between a villain and a survivor? I am.
Love that. That is really...
That's sick as hell.
Yeah, seriously, that is so good. All right, two more. Who would like to go next?
I think with the amazing opportunity that was given to all of us collectively by Chris, taking that onus, I think Tariq would have really just dipped into the shadows of that resistance that was building, and would have been a courier between people who needed it, a ward, a guardian to a ward, kind of going. But yeah, I think when he slips away, I don't think Tariq is too comfortable being in the spotlight now. So when he drops away, he is definitely not going to be a victim. And if they think an image is enough to control him, an image is an idea, and an idea can be changed, an identity can move. So I think when they burst into whatever quarters that Tariq had, they see the dusty, the duster, the overcoat, and more importantly, you see the shield dropped. And I think maybe on the side, he's definitely gone for a darker direction, because you see there's a long case of what seemed like, might have been a wrong weapon and nothing else.
Love that.
He's not a victim, and I don't know if you can call him a survivor. He's a fighter. Oh, let's see.
At least he survived today.
Yeah.
Right?
Today.
Yeah, I think Guppy struggles with the question of what's the difference between a villain and a survivor. I was looking at Guppy's permanent record, and there's not much good left there. But I think when the dust starts to settle, and when Guppy realizes that Minnie is okay, that everybody has, like, what we did, at least we got through it together. There's some good there. And also, we need to do better than just be survivors.
I love that. And with that, you all carved out a victory for today. It's not a victory for all time. It's not everything any of us might want it to be. But it is something. It is real. It does matter. Any of us might find it easy to fall into the idea that we can't change everything, and that means that we can't change anything, but that's not true. It doesn't matter what the propagandists say. It doesn't matter what our darkest thoughts say. We can change some things, and that will always matter. In this place, your characters did that today, and by raising money for a really important cause through a really wonderful organization doing very difficult work, we have done something that matters tonight. And when I say we, I don't just mean the people at this table. I mean the people watching this stream, the people who gave money, and the people who didn't. The people who helped shine a light on the work being done here, by us, sure, but mostly by Doctors Without Borders. That matters. Thank you for being a part of something that matters. I want you to see all the wonderful work that everybody else here is doing. I'm going to get ahead of it because I tend to say a lot during these things. I'm not going to say very much. I'm Danny, he, him, Danny R. Mendoza. Danny Mendoza is my full name. Danny R. Mendoza is where you can find me pretty much anywhere. Danny R. Mendoza on Blue Sky is good. We have a game on the 21st with Jess the Human and Charity TRPGs. That is going to be a game of Pasión de las Pasiones Mass Effect Edition. A couple of the folks here are part of that. That's at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. It's part of a 24-hour streamathon that Derek is also producing some other shows for and going to be involved in some other things. Please check out any of the shows that you can during that, any of the other shows this month that are raising money for this and other charities. We are raising money over at Streaming Rainbow, where I'm a member of the staff, for this same organization with this same focus. On Saturday, May 16th at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be doing level 20 D&D with a deck of many things, CR 23 to 30 adversaries, completely broken level 20 characters, and lots of very fun ways for you to mess with them and me through donations. If you can, check it out, amplify it, so that we can raise more money for a good cause. Over at Pantsless Tables, I'm in a show with Adi that is already raising money for the Trevor Project as a part of Pride over there. We're going to be doing a lot of Pride stuff on those two channels and all the other channels that all of us work with. Please check those games out. Last thing I want to mention, especially since Em is here, is it has been my great honor and privilege to be able to run Rocket Club, a multi-stage anthology, a collaboration between Nerds with Dice, Pantsless Tables, Pocket Dragon Pub, and Streaming Rainbow, where we have been focusing during the course of the open playtest period for Rocket Club, a game created by M and published by Evil Hat, to play 4 different games on 4 different channels that just scratch the surface of what an incredibly beautiful game system M has already designed. Seriously, it isn't because M is here. I talk about this every time I talk about this. It's actually kind of harder with M here because I don't want to make you feel like too much spotlight. But one of my favorite games I have genuinely played in my entire life. It is a beautiful storytelling engine. It is an incredible experience. It's so empathetically and thoughtfully rendered, and it's still in open playtesting. So if you see this live or you see this before the end of May 2026, go to evilhat.com/rocket-club. That's evilhat.com/rocket-club and sign up for the open playtest. You get a 172-page PDF plus supporting materials for free. All you got to do is sign up for that there and give some feedback based on any of the shows that you watch that are running it, which also, if you want to go to the back catalog, the very first AP that was done of that wasn't from me. M was the guide over at Streaming Rainbow. It's called Centrifuge. It's wonderful. Check that out if you want. It is, whether you're watching that, reading the materials, playing it yourselves, share any feedback you have so that M and the whole team can take this wonderful game and make it even better by the time it's fully published. That's me. With that, I am going to give it to M.
Hey, thank you so much, Danny. I don't have anything to say now. I've been M, they, them. You can follow me mostly on Blue Sky at EM Hubbard. Thank you all for wonderful players. It's great to play the game with you all, and thank you for watching and donating. And keep an eye on all of these charity streams and give what you can.
And popcorn it if you can.
Let's go, Audie.
Hello, hello, people of the internet. I have been RDMK. I go by Fab, he, him pronouns. I usually think he, him's a little boring, which is why I prefer being Fab first. I have played Tariq Kamlani today, and this was it wasn't a conclusion, it was the midpoint. Like, this is like where our springboard to season 2 potentially, or like the future sessions, I feel. But this is amazingly fun. You can find me at RDMK on Blue Sky and on YouTube, and on Many Face Plays on Twitch. Follow us for a lot of things that we're going to be doing soon. First, which is going to be the Passion game. But the other thing I'm going to really plug is because I feel so really glad to have gotten part of that project. I was one of the lucky players or like playtesters for M's amazing system, and I played a beautiful session of the Rocket Club at Panzer's Tables. Go check that out, and go check out all the other games that were done at Streaming Rainbow and a lot of other places. It's a fantastic game, and if you go sign up at Evil Hat right now, you're going to get a fucking amazingly beautiful book with such so well thought out for the context of what it is supposed to do. Chef's kiss. That's all from me.
And that Panzer's Table stream is so fun. That's like, I had so much fun watching that. If you want to see a alien dance number, it's so good.
I shall popcorn it over to Steve.
I am Steve, Tall Halfling on the socials, sometimes Tall Halfling RPG. You can find me all over Twitch and YouTube. I don't really have a home channel like many others do. But specifically at the moment, on Tuesdays, you can find me on Stat Monkey Presents playing Router Tropics. Superheroes, zombies. And on Thursdays, you can find me over on Nerds with Dice with Danny, playing Vesson as we head into the latter half of our little campaign. And keep an eye on Miskatonic Playhouse for Call of Cthulhu. I've got several games coming up over the next few months. One that I'm running, a couple others that I'm playing and producing. And I'm sure there will be other stuff, but that's what I've got off the top of my head. And we will toss it over to Austin.
Terrible idea. Hi, everyone. I am Austin. I also go by the Diabetic DM. I have played Chris, not Chip Ripley, although considering his relationship with his father is improving, maybe, just maybe, that nickname will actually finally be something that he's cool with. You guys, thank you so much for including me in this. I've never played Rocket Club, but holy crap, the endorsement. Seriously, we are talking later because this sounds fantastic. You can catch me usually over at Stories Told Again. It's an award-nominated actual play podcast that is disability, POC, and LGBTQ led. We oftentimes fit into a world where we are trying to make things better and where it feels like the bad guy won a very, very long time ago. So this is very much my wheelhouse. If you like what we did here, you would love our show as well. You'll also be able to catch us. You'll be able to catch me also in the Vassin game with Nerds with Dice, because I am gonna have a pretty short stint with you guys starting this Thursday. Super excited. You'll also be able to catch Stories Told Again at Gen Con as well, where we have 2 live shows. One is a main live show, the party known as the Libs, meeting all together in person for the first time and doing some really, really crazy stuff because of a possum and a wizard hat. And then our second live show is actually going to be a charity game where we're going to get a bunch of DMs from a bunch of different properties, actual plays, Broadway shows, and put them together, have them play their favorite NPCs at level 10 and just beat the crap out of each other for charity. Thank you so much for all of this. Joy is an act of resistance, but so is authenticity and earnestness. Kindness is very, very rare to find these days, and I am lucky enough to have found it with this wonderful group of people. I hope you're able to find it in your everyday life. Fuck ICE, free Palestine. I'm gonna move on to Derek.
Hello everybody. I'm gonna talk really fast. So hold on a second. Let's see if the captions can catch me. My name is Derek. I use they, Z, and he pronouns. You can find me out on the interwebs at Derek Does RP. That's DERRYKDOESRP, or roleplay, but I'm not gonna spell roleplay for you because we play TTRPGs. You should know how to spell it. You can also find me under the guise of Queers and Spears, where we are right now on YouTube. That is my baby, and it's where I pick up rocks and throw them at my players. We have a lot of really fun stuff coming this year, so keep an eye on our socials. Specifically, something really fun being announced on our 4-year anniversary, which is this year. So you can find me also on the 21st running the 2:30 a.m. Eastern game for that train, being in Pasiones de los Pasiones, and also the finale game of the train, which is at, I believe, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I know time. It's a weird soup. But you can also find me all over the place. I have been on Vault Companions. I've been on Misadventurers League, currently in a show with Audie on Misadventurers League right now, that when it comes out, but I'll be there when it does. If you want to see queer love stories that are told in true authenticity and fighting for what they believe in, you can find that where you find me. So just pay attention to my socials, and I'll hand it back to Danny.
Thank you so much, Derek. Thank you, all of you. And thank you, all of you at home. If you want to do this kind of thing at home with your friends, do it. If you want to do this kind of thing online with your friends, like we're doing right now, do it. If you want to make new friends online, like I've been able to do with all of these people who are on this screen with me all over the world, do it. Come join the Discords for the channels that have been mentioned. Come hang out with us. Follow this stuff. Be a part of it. We want you there. More than anything else, we want you to know that you can do this too. There's nothing special about us. We're just here together. And the special part is that we're together. And we want you here too. Have a good night. Bye, everybody.